and city agencies responsible for research and innovation in West Java or their representatives, distinguished independent evaluation teams, presenter of West Java Research Summit 2025, BP2D collaborators and research partners, Professor Dr. Armida Salsiah Ali Syahbana from United Nations Economics and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific or UNESCO, Professor Arnold Tucker from Leiden University, Professor Bagus Mulyadi from University of Nottingham, esteemed invitees. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome to West Java Research Summit 2025. It's an honor for me, Ratna Suryani, to serve as Master of Ceremonies for today's event. On behalf of BP2D, I would like to express our sincere appreciations to all distinguished guests and participants who have joined us. To commence the event, let us show our respect by listening to the nation anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, to seek blessings and guidance from Almighty God for the smooth and successful conduct of this event, let us pray together, and the prayer will be led by Mr. Asep Deni Sopian.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to guide a prayer session in the Islamic religion. O Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, we stand in awe before you, with words that fail to express our overflowing gratitude for your endless blessings and guidance that bring us together today for this gathering, the 2024 West Java Research Summit event. Bless every step we take, every word we speak, and consider them acts of worship that truly benefit our souls. O Allah, our Lord, guide us with your grace so we may faithfully carry out the responsibilities you have entrusted to us. Let the 2025 West Java Research Summit become a wellspring of fresh ideas and programs, strengthening governance through unified policies to uplift our region and build a nation that is united, peaceful, just, and prosperous. A blessed land under the guidance and mercy of the most forgiving Lord. Bagatun Toibatun Warabun Sokun. O our Lord, grant us the strength, hope, and safety to excel in all our endeavors. O our Lord, the all forgiving, forgive our sins and shortcomings. For you alone are the one who pardons our forgive. O Allah, our Lord, hear our prayers and accept our plea. To you alone we pray, and from you alone we seek help. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the report as well as official opening delivered by the head of West Java Provincial Research and Development Agency. May I respectfully invite Dr. Insinyur Haji Muhammad Taufik Budi Santoso, MSoc Science.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sampurasun to the highly respected guests, head and members of the Regional House of Representatives of West Java Province, the Secretary of the West Java Provincial Government, respected mayors of cities and regencies across West Java, respected fellow head of West Java Provincial Government Agency, respected head of Regency city agencies responsible for research and innovation across West Java, respected call for paper independent evaluation team of West Java Research Summit 2025, collaborators and research partners, esteemed invitees, and distinguished Ibu Profesor Dr. Armida Alisabana as an Executive Secretary of United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Distinguished Professor Arnold Tucker, a Professor of Industrial Ecology and Sustainable Development at Leiden University, and also an internationally recognized expert in life cycle assessment, industrial ecology, and circular economy policy. Distinguished Professor Robin Burgess, Professor of Economics at the London School of Economics, and also co-founder and director of the International Growth Center. Distinguished Professor Bagus Mulyadi, Professor of Chemical and Environmental Engineering at the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. While expressing our utmost praise and also gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala by His mercy and grace, today we are able to hold the 4th West Java Research Summit 2025. And may we always be granted health and strength. Esteemed guests, allow me to present the report on the implementation of the West Java Research Summit 2025. This report serves as accountability for the plan and execute activities by the West Java Provincial Research and Development Agency as the lead agency for research and innovation in West Java. As a strategic activities, we organize this event, which include a call for paper, which aim at gathering aspiration, ideas, and input from various stakeholders to serve as alternative solution for addressing problem based on West Java strategic issues. The second one, serving as a strategic forum, bringing together researchers, academics, practitioners, and also stakeholders. The third aim is disseminating research finding for greater recognition and utilization. And last and not least, the strengthening the research and innovation ecosystem as a foundation for decision-making in West Java development. West Java Research Summit 2025 is conducting through a collaboration concept, especially with Center of Economic and Development Studies, Pajajaran University, while also inviting international speakers to participate in advancing West Java's research and innovation ecosystem, and also sponsored by the regional-owned enterprises PT Migas Utama Jabar. Respected audience, West Java population reached 50.76 million inhabitants. It's equal to 80% from the total Indonesian population. This figure positions West Java as the province with the largest population in Indonesia. The high population presents both challenges and significant opportunity, compelling local government to ensure the availability of increasingly quality public services, from education and health to infrastructure. Moreover, this large population represents a demographic bonus, where the majority are from working age. Thus, collaboration in research and innovation will strengthen West Java capacity to optimize this bonus as a critical momentum for accelerating development, enhancing regional productivity, and bolstering the province's competitiveness. As mandated by Regional Regulation Number 1 of 2025 on the Organization of Regional Research and Innovation, this event implementation referred to the West Java Provincial Development for 2025 until 2029, as stated in the Midterm Regional Development Plan for West Java Province, namely strengthening the foundation of social, economic, and governance transformation. Based on the West Java Province development issue for 2025 until 2029, the 5 main themes discussed are: first, green and blue economy. The second one is quality of government governance and human resources competitiveness. The third one, development disparities and basic infrastructure. The fourth one, sustainability of environmental carrying and receiving capacity, and also sustainability of spatial planning. Therefore, this event is essential as a dialogue space for policy formulation, planning, and innovation for strengthening West Java in development process. Honored guests, in its implementation, this event is divided into 2 stages, namely, first is pre-event or call for paper. This involves screening written works from various parties through a systematic selection process by an independent assessment team. 24 of 180 papers was submitted and have been selected as the best papers. The second one, main event of West Java Research Summit 2025. Approximately 42 presenters will be featured, consisting of 4 international speakers, 24 selected papers from call for papers, 7 from research internally, means the West Java Provincial Research and Development Agency, and 7 collaborative research with development agency and partners. Participants and speakers. This event is attended by participants including ministries or central agencies, provincial research and development agency across Indonesia, provincial government agency in West Java, city and regency agency responsible for research and innovation throughout West Java, academic and researchers, West Java Provincial Research and Development Agency research partners, community members, and other invitees. And the last one is international speakers, as previously aforementioned. Respected audience, the expected outcomes of this event consisting of research presentation from various contributors, the compilation of this event proceeding, published in our scientific creative research journal or other reputed journals, and also this is the important things for policy recommendation for the people of the West Java province. We express our gratitude to all parties who have supported the successful execution of this activity. May the result provide meaningful benefit and positive contribution to development in West Java province. We extend our sincere appreciation to international speakers, all call for paper participants, and West Java Research Summit 2025 attendees, the independent evaluation team, and all supporting parties. May the dissemination of these scientific papers bring the greatest possible benefit to the success of development in West Java province. In closing, with the invocation of Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare that the West Java Research Summit 2025 dissemination event officially open. Thank you very much for your attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampurasun.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you to Mr. Dr. Insinyur Haji Muhammad Taufik Budi Santoso, MSoc Science. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are proceed to the next session. And in the first session, we are honored to welcome international speakers, and the session will be moderated by a distinguished moderator. Before that, allow me to briefly introduce the curriculum vitae of our moderator. Yulia Dewita, PhD from Indonesia, has served as the head of the Organization Bureau for the West Java Provincial Government since May 2025. She earned her PhD in urban planning from Griffith University, Australia, where her research focused on urban form and housing affordability. A significant portion of her career was dedicated to spatial planning, spanning from 1999 to 2022. Subsequently, she undertook assignment in diverse fields ranging from research to human resource management. Prior to her current role at the organization Bureau, she held other leadership positions as the head of the Goods and Services Procurement Bureau, the head of the Government and Regional Autonomy Bureau. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to kindly hand over the floor to Mrs. Dewita to lead the session. Mrs. Julia Dewita, the time is yours.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. Distinguished speakers, guests, colleagues, and participants of the West Java Research Summit 2025, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Yulia, and it is my honor to moderate this prestigious keynote session. Aligned with the West Java Research Summit's 2025 objectives, today we will explore the intersection of global policy and scientific innovations as drivers for regional development, as we are privileged to hear from our two extraordinary keynote speakers who already here with us, who bridge the worlds of high-level policy, global governance, and cutting-edge science. Our keynote session today will run for about 40 minutes. We will hear from both speakers back to back, and then I will provide a brief synthesis and conclusion at the end. So without further ado, let us begin. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Armida Salsia Alisahbana, currently serving as the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or the UNESCAP. She is a global leader in sustainable development. Her distinguished career includes serving as Indonesia's Minister of National Development Planning, head of Bappenas, from 2009 to 2014. A proud academic root of West Java, she has been a professor at the Faculty of Economics and Business at the University of Pajajaran since 2005. She is also a prolific scholar on the SDGs and economic transformation, and a recipient of numerous prestigious awards. Her insights into economic transformation and the sustainable development goals are vital for the future of West Java and beyond. Please join me in welcoming Professor Armida Salsia Alisahbana. Professor, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. It is my distinct honor to join the 4th West Java Research Summit 2025. Allow me to begin by commending the West Java Provincial Development Agency, or BAPEDA, for organizing this summit as a strategic forum designed to integrate groundbreaking research and local innovation directly into its development planning. West Java is a remarkable engine of national progress. As Indonesia's most populous province and home to my hometown, its estimated 52 million population in 2025 contributes significantly to the national economy. Java contributes over 57% to Indonesia's GDP, and West Java alone accounts for more than 22.5% of the national economy, underscoring its pivotal role in driving Indonesia's growth and progress. The summit's theme, strengthening the foundation of social, economic, and governance transformation, aligns with West Java's 2025-2029 Regional Medium-Term Development Plan and embeds the SDGs into provincial development strategy. This turns the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development into concrete local action. The summit makes a sound contribution to the scholastic and policy development of West Java by formalizing the link between academic institutions and the provincial government's decision-making process. We look forward to insightful presentations. In this regard, allow me to share SCAP's work in strengthening evidence-based policy development through three key mechanisms. The first one is through the development of practical, data-driven tools and platforms. A good illustration is the National Expert SDG Tool for Energy Planning, or Next Step, a sophisticated modeling system that was used to craft Indonesia's national SDG 7 roadmap. Tools like Next Step empower policymakers to model complex future scenarios and make informed decisions on clean energy transitions based on robust data and projections. Second, we provide capacity building and targeted technical assistance. This is delivered through specialized workshop and training for government officials on topics such as data management and digital governance. And finally, we are facilitating knowledge sharing and peer learning across the Asia-Pacific region. We serve as the primary platform for intergovernmental consensus building, actively promoting the exchange of lessons learned and best practices among member states. This is achieved through major conferences such as the annual Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, showcasing scalable solutions for diverse national contexts. I hope SCAP work and experiences, as exemplified above, can be a good reference for West Java development policy making. I commend the West Java Research Summit 2025 as it is not only an academic gathering, but a commitment to smarter governance and development, forging a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient future for West Java and beyond. I wish you all a very successful research summit. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Armida Alisabana, for that enlightening perspective on vital role of the UN ESCAP in promoting worldwide sustainable development. Moving from global policy to the frontiers of science and innovation, our second speaker joins us from the University of Nottingham. We are honored to have with us Dr. Bagus Mulyadi. Good morning, Dr. Bagus.
Good morning, Bu Yulia. Halo, sampurasun untuk semua.
Rampes. Dr. Bagus Mulyadi is a leading figure in bridging scientific innovation between the UK and Indonesia. Currently an assistant professor at the University of Nottingham, Dr. Mulyadi serves as the steering committee coordinator of the UK-Indonesia Consortium for Interdisciplinary Sciences. And under his leadership, this consortium has been recognized in the UK-Indonesia Partnership Roadmap 2022-2024 as a vital vehicle for research collaboration. In recognition of his outstanding contributions to knowledge exchange, he was awarded the Vice Chancellor's Medal in 2021. Beyond the lab, he is a passionate communicator and the host of the Chronicles channel, where he champions the concept of Indonesia as New World Laboratory for global environmental advancements. Please welcome Dr. Bagus Mulyadi. Dr. Mulyadi, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Selamat kepada Bapeda, congratulations to Bapeda and colleagues who has collaborations with my institutions, the University of Nottingham. It's a great honor to be here. Can I ask if the PowerPoint presentation that I've prepared would be displayed by the team, or should I share my screen? All right, okay. All right, I'll try to deliver the presentation within the confines of the time slot given to me, and I'd like to focus on the adoption, dissemination, and collaboration for research towards sustainable futures. These are the three topics that are given to me in the terms of reference, and I think the very timely one, because we have natural disasters increasing in both volatility and frequency. Our brethren and sisters in Sumatra and Aceh who are suffering right now, and the lessons we can learn from them, and the strength of the nation that we can emulate through research that I would like to illustrate throughout the presentation. So the next slide, please. A little bit of background about the University of Nottingham is that we are the University of Nobel Prize winning scientists. Sir Peter Mansfield was known for his discoveries concerning MRI, and so was Sir Clive Granger. The next slides, please. We're QS World Top 100 University with strong research excellence and resources. And this is the things that I would like to illustrate a little bit and try to find some common grounds in developing partnership with West Java and some of the frontier research that we can apply together. Next slide, please. So we're going to focus on these three things: the effectiveness of the adoption of science and technology, for which I'm going to explain a little bit about my own research, but also some of those of my colleagues. And then we're going to move on to the examples of dissemination of research that we have done, and some good collaborations that we have also done and hope to emulate in the futures or even strengthen, and some of our latest fruits of collaborations. The next slide, please. Now, the next slide would be a little bit more technical, but I'd like to begin with the SDG commitments that we have all shared and understood. The next slide, please. Now, regarding the SDGs, I'm going to focus most on the 11th one, sustainable cities and communities, because I think this is one of the things that is the most relevant to West Java. So don't get intimidated by the mathematics, obviously. The whole point of this slide is to illustrate my previous research, which I've conducted in the city of Toulouse. Now, the city of Toulouse is a lot smaller compared to other cities in Indonesia, for example, Jakarta or Bandung or Surabaya and others. But there's lesson learned here regarding their resilience and their behaviors when exposed to critical events. So long story short, in 2002, we've had chemical factories. It's a fertilizer factories that exploded. And then because it's filled with hazardous chemicals, when it's exploded, the airborne pollutants contaminated the whole city, and then it created health hazards over there. And the policymakers then moved swiftly into funding research that can output numerical simulational tools that can predict pollutant dispersions. And the idea of that research is to prevent the same scenario from happening again. So if you take a look at the top right, bottom right figures, that's a simplified image of airport area in Toulouse, where the buildings and trees are singled out in boxes colored reds and green. So those red colored boxes, those are buildings, and the green ones, those are trees. And then the bottom very right figures, these are simulation results of CO2 dispersions in the city. Now, the whole point about this research is to try to come up with simulational tool that can model pollutant dispersion or any toxic chemicals that could contaminate the whole city. And when such scenario happen, the challenge from mathematical perspective is to understand the pollutant dispersion in real time. So today's computational architecture is advanced enough to model such problem like this, even at the scale of a very big city like Jakarta. But the problem is that even the most advanced computational architecture can only solve this type of problems within hours, if not weeks. Even the most advanced series or parallel computational architectures. But in terms of critical events, you have to solve this within minutes, if not seconds, because there are casualties on the line. So the idea is to model pollutant dispersion in a very sophisticated grids that can enable very quick computation. So I'm not going to dwell too much on the mathematics behind this, but the next slide is the direct application of it in Bogor area. So to the next slide, please. So if you were to implement this in the context of Jakarta or Bogor or Bandung cities, what you can see is something before you here. So CO2s can be absorbed by trees and can be output by many things, by power plants, by vehicles, and most predominantly vehicles. So as a city, if you have a problem like so, you need to create policies that are evidence-based. The question is not whether or not planting trees is good or even morally good. The problem is to be able to quantify how much exactly CO2 that can be emitted by vehicles or absorbed by trees, and therefore guide your policies in a non-ambiguous ways, because you have to provide accountability to the people. Now, this is some of the things that you can do. So at the center figure is the concentration of CO2 without vegetation. As you can see in the middle, there's nothing much going on. Sorry, the center figure is with vegetation. Yeah, so with the vegetations, there's a lot of CO2 absorbs. And then next to it is a figure without vegetation. So you could see the difference. I'm not sure if it's clear enough in front of you, but on my screen, the colors are very different here. So the red color signifies high concentrations of CO2, which then get absorbed by the trees. The trees are those little dots in the center of the figures. This is in the center of the Bogor city area. So these are the problems that you can simulate or even simulate quite easily from mathematical or engineering standpoint. But I seldom see this type of calculation being done as a basis of policy. So that's the problem. And then when you're talking about high-level policies like incentivizing electric vehicles or de-incentivizing fuel-based vehicles, you want to see this level of details so as not to hand wave and try to come up with some emotional policy. So this is one of the examples. Now I'm going to digress a little bit to talk about something completely different. To the next slide, please. This is something that might be relevant in cities like Jakarta, but not necessarily on the cities like Bandung, for example. This is the type of research that is commonly done in petroleum engineering. So, for example, what you see before you are the 3 samples of rocks. The bead packs, which is synthetic rock that is made by beads of similar sizes and diameters. The B picture is Bentheimer sandstones. So these are typically in areas like in where I am right now in Nottingham. And then carbonate rocks. And these are somewhere, including many areas in Indonesia. These have very different pore structures. So the way you deliver simulations that involve extraction of hydrocarbons or any types of fluids into and out from the porous rocks have very different behaviors. Now, these are the things that you can model, but I found very rare applications of this type of research in trying to tackle groundwater contaminant transports in big cities like Jakarta. But the problem is they have big problems every year with flooding and with land subsidence, with sinking surface level, and with groundwater extraction by people everywhere in Jakarta. So these are the things that you could do that can be done, but have been very rarely conducted anywhere. It's not just in Jakarta, but in peripheral cities like Bogor or Bandung and elsewhere. The next slide, please. Another thing is to build sustainable architectures and urban planning. Bandung is probably a little bit more fortunate than Jakarta because it's a little bit breezier and more chilled. So you don't rely much on air conditioning as much as people in Jakarta would. But the problem is, can you then build buildings or arrange your cities in a way that is constellated by buildings that don't rely too much on energy to cool itself? Now, these are the things that can actually be done drawing on Indonesia's local wisdom and research resources. So the next slide, please. This is the lesson from termites, which is ever present, particularly that of the macrotherms genus in Papua region. So termites are very sophisticated insects that they can make buildings that thermoregulates itself. And not just that they can regulate its own temperature, but it can regulate its own humidity and drainage. You'd find typically these mounds of termites' nests standing for about 4 to 5 meters tall. And you can find these in very arid regions where the fluctuation of temperatures between day and night could extend beyond 10 degrees of centigrade. But some scientists from MIT had found that in the center of the mounds, the temperature fluctuation is only within 1 or 2 degrees. Despite the very volatile temperature differences diurnally every day, you could see the very sophistication that these insects built without air conditioners. So the next slide, please. Now, so our research group excavates some of these termites' nests, not from Papua, but from some regions in Africa, and try to come up with ways to simulate flow structures inside this nest. Next slide, please. I don't know if you can play the video, but if you double click the center of the figure, you can see all right, there you go. Just 30 seconds. This is a very fascinating research done by our colleagues in petroleum, mathematical departments, and entomologists in France. So the yellow colored figures, these are the pores. Now you can see that these pores consist of macropores and then the micropores. So that little samples are the ones that we excavated from African regions and put under X-ray microtomography. Those little spaghettis with different colors, these are airflows inside the micropores of the nests. So these are the things that you can actually model. The temperature regulations, the airflows, the drainage can actually be modeled using mathematical methods. The next slide, please. Right, the next slide. So we found out that, long story short, the insects don't just build this architecture, very sophisticated architecture, randomly. In fact, the pores have to be connected in a certain way to enable thermoregulation to take place. So you could see these very technical terms, which I'm not going to dwell too much into, such as big pores and small pores. You can always measure and then find the connectivity of the big pores. The whole point of this research is to be able to advise cities or businesses to create, for example, synthetic bricks that can have the same statistics like that displayed in the termites' nest, that can be then made into buildings that can thermoregulate its internal temperatures without relying much on air conditioner. So these are the stuff that you could imagine funding and incentivizing local industries, typically those who can draw on the resources such as 3D printing to create models and therefore raise fundings and increase the competitiveness of the small medium enterprises that can operate on this level. So the next slide, please. I'm not going to dwell too much on this one. The next slide, please. The next one. Go on to the next slide, please. Now, so I'm going to segue more into the dissemination of research. This type of research is very interdisciplinary. It's done by multiple institutions in the UK, in Indonesia, in Belgium, in France as well. And it has generated a lot of interest from popular media. You can see among those giant medias that have discussed our research includes the New York Times, Science Magazine, Independent in the UK, Le Monde in France, the Volkskrant in the Netherlands, in Indonesia, Kompas as well, World Economic Forums. These are the kinds of research that generates interest from the greater public beyond academia, and therefore have the chance to get funding from sources exclusive to the government. This type of research is rarely conducted in countries like Indonesia because there is not enough incentive to promote interdisciplinary research. Interdisciplinary research is very front-end capital. It's very expensive at the front, and it's very risky because you would find very little journals that can output this type of research and little funding mechanism that can incentivize this type of research. And therefore, this high impact, highly interesting research can only be done in countries that incentivize interdisciplinary research. And when countries like Indonesia, for example, the Ministry of Higher Educations or the National Research Agency or LPDP do not incentivize this type of research, I would argue that the local government should see this as an opportunity. So you can see exact needs in your own region, and you have universities, and especially West Java have top 10 universities like ITB, UI, and many others. But the question is whether or not the local government has the understanding to raise the very specific research question. And that's the role of the local government. If you can put forward a very relevant research question, then all the research stakeholders can get drawn into putting their resources in doing this type of research. And if you can incentivize them by drawing funding from your own local budget, for example, these things would happen. Now, the whole point of this slide is to urge the local government stakeholders to not rely solely on central funding mechanisms, which I, as a researcher, together with our counterparts in Indonesia, have long been wanting to improve, but has never been successful. The next slide, please. I would like to segue a little bit. This is another type of research that I have conducted with people from chemical and environmental engineering dealing with peatlands. Indonesia is very peat rich. Peatland is very sophisticated, soft deforming porous materials that is composed of organic materials, trees or decomposing plants that can grow or decompose at a certain rate. Now, these make up very, very vast regions throughout Sumatra and Kalimantan and many other areas, including in Malaysia as well. The next slide, please. Now, typically, peatland, as the greatest natural carbon sink, can only be understood by hydrologists and ecologists who are not trained in engineering research. So when trying to predict how much peatland will grow or decompose or expose itself to risks like peat fires, they only consider at most two variables. This includes ecological variables like rainfalls or the rate at which plant grows or decomposes, and hydrology variable. These are water tables, for example. But rarely ever the ecologists and hydrologists consider body forces. So you would find a lot of stakeholders in peat research in Indonesia propose for wetting the peatland who are drying up. And their mitigation measures involve mostly on re-wetting the regions. What they have never, at least to my understanding, considered is the body forces resulting from over-wetting of the peatland, resulting in the very vast growth of trees above it. And typically in tropical areas, you find very big trees with very big roots, and therefore constitutes great weight and body forces. And in the long run, can compromise the integrity of the peatland itself. But ecologists and hydrologists are not trained in these regions. Civil engineers are, mathematicians are. So the next slide, please. So these are some of our research that you can find. This is what I would call a frontier research, state-of-the-art research in peatland research that we have done that incorporate all of those three variables, which is mathematically very complicated, but then allowed us to create very, very accurate predictions of the way peatland grow and decompose. The next slide, please. Now, the whole point of doing this peatland and presenting it here is because it's very relevant to the problem that Indonesia is facing throughout the islands of Sumatra and Aceh. Where I'm sitting right now is actually in Sumatra. I'm in Sumatra Island right now, and trying to understand how do you prevent such scenario from happening again? Because what happens in Sumatra could also happen in non-peat rich regions like in West Java. The idea is that we have never found a very detailed research questions being raised that can incentivize people from throughout the disciplines to come up with answers to provide solutions to the problems and mitigation efforts to prevent the same scenarios from happening again. So I'm going to be very blunt and very simple as I can. If you've got rainfalls on a slope surface that has trees growing on top of it, this becomes easily engineering problems. The shear stress resulting from a heavy rainfall can be calculated, and rather easily by engineers everywhere. And I think the Indonesian universities have the resources to calculate. The problem becomes more complicated because the land is not just an opaque system that cannot be penetrated by water. The land, which is peat rich, is a soft deforming porous material that has a three-phase system in there, solid, fluid, and gas, interplaying within each other, right, in the system. So the network of roots resulting from tropical trees growing on top of that landscape contributes to the consolidation of the land under which the rainfall would rush at a certain rate, for example. So all of these very complicated variables playing together in a system like peatland at a certain slope can actually be simulated very sophisticatedly, learning from our research in peat. So long story short, in the left part of this slide, what you see is our prediction and experimental results. So the idea is this: if you've got a landscape of certain slope, you can tell how and when it will fail. Whether it will fail through the threshold, through exceeding the threshold of its tensile strength or shear strength, you can actually calculate it, and calculate it quite accurately. If you see the distributions of the experimental data that signifies the failure of the peatlands in regions like in Scotland, for example, you could see a bang-on prediction that the model can do. But this has never been tested in the areas like Indonesia, where the consolidation of the land resulting from tropical trees roots network is very different to that is taking place in countries like Scotland. Now, the idea is to create the understanding that disasters like Sumatra and Aceh, these are fat tails, occurrences or incidences. These are the type of incidents that also that although unlikely to happen, but it has major catastrophic events when it happens. So the role of the government is not to identify what's likely or unlikely to happen, but to identify incidents that, if it were to happen, will have a catastrophic impact, like flood. And that's the sole underlying reason why catastrophic events like floods or landslide should take a central role in the planning of the local governments moving forward. If you cannot make mitigation scenarios, you will have problems down the line. If you don't pay pennies when the days are still safe, you will pay trillions of dollars when the accident takes place. And this is the major misunderstanding by people who don't understand risk management in trying to liken, for example, oh, we still need palm, and therefore we have to keep growing palms. It's like saying we still need to eat, and therefore we justify eating poison. It's that very archaic understanding that fails to understand very big risks like this. If you incentivize people to do this type of research, you will make your system not only strong and robust, but anti-fragile. And that would benefit a lot of people in the long run, but we are too crude to understand risk management. And I hope this type of understanding can go on into becoming the standard practice in regions like West Java. Now, moving on to the research, the next slide, I think I'm going to explain another examples in the next 5 minutes. Now it's about collaborations. Now we got a lot of Indonesian scientists in the UK, US, Japan, China, and elsewhere. Now, the things that we have done with colleagues in other universities in the UK is to create stronger organizational collaborations between the universities. Some of them are in West Java. That includes ITB, UI, and IPB. In fact, most of them are in West Java. Bar Universitas Gajah Mada, and universities in the UK like Warwick, Coventry, and Nottingham. So we create this consortium called the UKCHIS, and has been explained by Bu Yulia before, had entered itself into the high-level diplomatic roadmap and dossier, for example. Now, the whole point about this slide is to highlight that this consortium has been funded by LPDP. So it has incentivized research across universities in the UK and Indonesia. The next slides will show you some of the examples. So this is the mechanism by which the funding is disbursed. The next slide, please. The next slide involves the type of research that it has funded. So there are 15 proposals, for example, that has significance in the areas like green economy, blue economy, digital technology, health, and tourism. And that has called for collaboration from institutions even beyond the consortium. And that involves Tanjung Pura University, Heriot Watt, Manchester Universities, Warwick, Trunojoyo, and other private universities as well. So the next slide, please. The next slide, please. So that's the kind of research that regional government can step in to help the central government to incentivize. Nottingham University itself has collaborated with West Java into creating this high-level memorandum of understanding. And then we are hoping to create our center somewhere in the heart of Bandung city in the years ahead of us, and try to, through this building, through this research institution, incentivize small, medium enterprise to get into the supply chain of electric vehicles without having to spend too much of resources, because we can put our facilities there to help SMEs to get into the supply chain of the electric vehicles. Now, the last example that I'm going to give you is in the next slide. So the next slide, please. Now, this is the latest project which we're going to be launching soon. So the idea is to collaborate with West Java to unearth some of its local etymologies. So I'm going to segue a little bit from hard mathematics into something that is very exotic. Now, one of the biggest problems in Indonesia is to free itself from the shackle of colonization. And it's not just in terms of governance, but in terms of epistemic dependence. West Java is big, vast areas where people of the past have established itself as masters of some sectors of knowledge. So when you talk about geomancy, when you talk about jurisprudence, when you talk about agriculture, and when you talk about textile industries and many other sectors that we have never imagined, we have been masters of. West Java has proven itself even way before the Renaissance age to be masters of many things. And without spoiling too much of the contents, we have throughout the past 1 year collaborated with Monash universities, ITBs, Universitas Indonesia's, University of Nottingham, created a team that established this tripartite encyclopedia of Sundanese and epistemologies that we're going to launch very soon. Now, to close this presentation, these are the types of frontier research that we have done, dissemination of research that we have done, but most importantly, collaborations at a very high level with West Java government. And I think West Java, to close this, has proven itself to be not just patrons of research, but benchmark for Indonesia in how to incentivize high-profile research, but also interdisciplinary, not just in terms of multiple disciplines involved in the research, but different types of institutions that can benefit together from the research. And I hope this can be emulated by other areas and can be continued throughout many years to come. And for that, we need leadership who understand the importance of research, the importance of risk mitigation, and a very, very futuristic mindset that can benefit a lot of people. So thank you very much for the time given to me, and I hope this benefits all of us. And thank you very much, Bu Yulia. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mulyadi, for those inspiring insights focused on the critical role of interdisciplinary research, advanced modeling techniques, and strong international collaboration in addressing many of our current sustainability challenges, which results in several catastrophic events such as flood, landslide, etc. As we conclude this keynote session, the takeaway for the West Java Research Summit 2025 is clear. To achieve our regional vision, we must marry evidence-based policy with technological bravery, which highlighted the importance of good collaboration for disseminating and adopting research and innovation results into policy. On behalf of the committee, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to Professor Armida Alisahbana and to Dr. Bagus Mulyadi for their invaluable contributions today. And of course, thank you to the audience for your attentions. This concludes our keynote session. Please stay tuned for the next agenda. I am Yulia signing off. Thank you.
Thank you to all speakers and the moderator for their valuable presentations during session 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the Regional Secretary of West Java Province has now joined us. And without any further ado, we now proceed to keynote speech, which will be delivered by the Regional Secretary of West Java Province. With the utmost respect, we invite Dr. Andes Herman Suryatman, MSI.
Ya, terima kasih. Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, sampurasun.
Rampes.
Ampes.
Sampurasun.
Ampes.
Ampes.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, hamdan wa syukran lillah, amma ba'du. Ya Bapak Ibu sekalian, para peserta Zoom meeting ya, West Java Research Summit 2025, ya Pak Kepala Badan ya Penelitian Pengembangan Pemda Provinsi Jawa Barat, Pak Taufik, beserta jajaran yang menginisiasi forum ini, forum yang sangat keren. Terima kasih. Yang kami hormati, kami banggakan para peserta West Java Research Summit dari segenap stakeholders ya, dari kementerian lembaga, dari OPD terkait, dari instansi vertikal, Forkopimda, perguruan tinggi, para researcher ya, para peneliti ya dari berbagai bidang, berbagai sektor, ya semuanya, para peserta Forum West Java Research Summit 2045 ya, dan special distinguished Prof. Armida Alisabana ya, Executive Secretary United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific ya, UNESCAP ya. Kemudian hadir juga distinguished Prof. Arnold Becker, Professor of Industrial Ecology ya, and Sustainable Development at Leiden University, distinguished Prof. Robin ya Burgess, Professor of Economic at the London School of Economics, distinguished ya Prof. Bagus ya Mulyadi. Thank you very much Prof. Bagus Mulyadi, kebanggaan kami ya, Assistant Professor of Chemical and Environmental Engineering at the University of Nottingham. Dan hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia, semua peserta West Java Research Summit ya bahagia. Bapak Ibu sekalian, bahwa tujuan kita berbangsa bernegara dalam mewujudkan kesejahteraan, kebahagiaan masyarakat. Saya kira itu prinsip dasarnya ya. Kami ada, Pemda Provinsi ada, termasuk di dalamnya menyelenggarakan forum ini, yakni tujuan utamanya bagaimana meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat, meningkatkan kebahagiaan masyarakat. Tentu harapan kita meningkatnya kesejahteraan kebahagiaan ini tidak pakai lama, tapi bisa tepat gitu. Kurang lebih seperti itu harapan kita. Karena kita sudah 80 tahun merdeka Bapak Ibu. Jadi saatnya kita menjadi negara maju dan tentu kita mulai dari Jawa Barat. Ya Bapak Presiden Prabowo Subianto ya visinya luar biasa dan tentu ini menjadi visi kita semuanya, yakni bersama Indonesia Maju mewujudkan Indonesia Emas 2045. Tentu Pak Gubernur juga Kang Deddy Mulyadi Bapak Aing ya tracknya ada di sana mewujudkan Indonesia Emas 2045 dan untuk rencana strategiknya RPJMD-nya kita punya visi mewujudkan Jawa Barat Istimewa 2029. Jadi kita ada waktu 5 tahun, sekarang sudah 1 tahun berjalan untuk mewujudkan Jawa Barat Istimewa, yang mana ini adalah bridging period ya. Jadi periode yang akan menjembatani ya dari sebelumnya menuju Indonesia Emas. Jadi periode kepemimpinan 5 tahun pertama ini luar biasa, akan menentukan periode berikutnya sampai puncaknya 20 tahun ke depan kita akan menjadi salah satu negara maju, the Big Four developed country ya 2045. Kita akan menjadi negara maju keempat ya di dunia setelah Cina, India, United States, baru berikutnya Indonesia. Ini sebuah keniscayaan dan harus kita siapkan dari sekarang. Nah, karena itu Bapak Ibu sekalian, rakyat sejahtera, rakyat bahagia, ya itu harus kita wujudkan ya lebih cepat, lebih baik, agar kita bisa memanfaatkan yang saat ini tengah bergulir, dan kita bisa mengantisipasi middle income trap, ya, jebakan negara dengan pendapatan kelas menengah, ya, tidak ke atas, tidak ke bawah, ya, kaluhur tesilungan kahandap teu akaran, kaluhur tenepi kahandap teu napak, yang tentu kita tidak harapkan. Ya, karena itu kita berpacu dengan waktu 5 tahun ke depan harus ada akselerasi. Ya, paling tidak pertumbuhan ekonomi harus menembus 8%. Ya, 2029 ini LPE kita harus 8%. Ya, nasional demikian juga Jawa Barat. Ya, dan kemiskinan ekstrim harus 0. Ya, di 2029. Hari ini LPE kita 5,2%, Bapak Ibu. Kita masih punya 7,02% ya kemiskinan, dan kita masih ada pengangguran di kisaran 6,7%. Ini sekitar. Dan masyarakat miskin ekstrim juga kita ada sekitar 500.000 ya, dari 3,5 juta masyarakat miskin yang ekstrimnya ada di kisaran 500.000. Lagi-lagi itu adalah PR kita semua dan harus kita selesaikan secara signifikan di 5 tahun perjalanan pemerintahan ini. Dan sekarang kita tahun pertama. Nah, itu saya kira framework-nya Bapak Ibu, ya, akhir yang akan kita tuju dan framework-nya, dan tentu ini butuh satu pendekatan yang tidak biasa. Tidak bisa kita mengandalkan pendekatan empirik saja. Tidak bisa. Ya, untuk melompatkan laju pertumbuhan ekonomi Jawa Barat menuju 8% 2029 tidak bisa hanya mengandalkan empirik saja. Untuk menurunkan kemiskinan pengangguran secara signifikan tidak bisa kita hanya mengandalkan empirik saja. Harus ada pendekatan saintifik, ya, dan itu adalah riset. Salah satu toolsnya pendekatan saintifik ini adalah riset. Karena itu kami Pemda Provinsi Jawa Barat, ya, di bawah kepemimpinan Pak Gubernur, ya, Kang Deddy Mulyadi, Bapak Aing, kita sangat concern dengan riset. Sekali lagi kita sangat concern dengan riset. Ya, berbagai evaluasi untuk penyelenggaraan pemerintahan pembangunan kita libatkan perguruan tinggi, termasuk untuk mengevaluasi, ya, bagaimana pemanfaatan tata ruang, bagaimana eksploitasi eksplorasi tambang, ya, bagaimana pelestarian lingkungan hidup, faktanya hari ini seperti apa. Ya, tidak bisa hanya empirik saja, dan kita libatkan perguruan tinggi dengan riset-riset yang sederhana, riset-riset yang aplikatif. Termasuk West Java Research Summit ini kami dedikasikan, ya, untuk mendorong entitas, ya, yang ada di Jawa Barat, bukan hanya pemerintah tapi juga dari civil society, dari dunia usaha, dari pergi untuk turun gunung. Ayo kita sama-sama lakukan riset yang sederhana terhadap berbagai persoalan. Ya, kenapa stunting kita masih tinggi? Itu kan harus dijawab dengan riset. Apa penyebabnya? Ya, kenapa bisa terjadi seperti itu? Ya, kemudian bagaimana jalan keluarnya? Bagaimana alternatif solusinya? Ya, angka pengangguran kita masih tinggi. Ya kan? Apa penyebabnya? Ya, apa akar permasalahannya? Kita harus bedah. Kita harus identifikasi masalahnya. Ya, kita harus siapkan agenda setting, kemudian rumuskan alternatif solusinya. Dan itu hanya bisa dilahirkan dari riset, dari penelitian dan pengembangan, dari R&D, Research and Development. Dan tentu, ya, kami mohon bantuan, dorongan, dekengan, dukungan dari semua pihak, termasuk Bapak Ibu para ahli yang hari ini hadir di forum West Java Research Summit ini. Ya, tadi kita hadirkan para peneliti tamu, ya, yang punya dimensi internasional, yang punya pengalaman internasional, yang mudah-mudahan ini bermanfaat, bisa menambah insight, ya, kita semuanya. Dan kita kan lakukan kompetisi untuk penulisan karya ilmiah, yang tentu harapannya ini kita akan jadikan bahan, ya, untuk perumusan kebijakan, baik di bidang ekonomi, sosial, budaya. Ya, kita ketahui bahwa sebagaimana tema, ya, dari West Java Research Summit ini adalah transformasi, fondasi transformasi, ya, baik di bidang sosial, ekonomi, budaya, tentu menuju Indonesia Emas 2045, menuju tengah dekat golerhoenya Jawa Barat Istimewa 2029. Itu kurang lebih Bapak Ibu, ya. Jadi kita bukan hanya empiris, ya, tapi juga harus saintifik. Empirik dan saintifik harus dipadu-padankan. empirik dan saintifik harus disinergikan. Ya, akan sangat berat kalau government dan development ini tidak based on scientific, tidak based on riset. Hari ini ke depan pemerintahan yang digdaya adalah government by research. Jadi harus memanfaatkan menggunakan riset sebagai tools untuk decision making-nya. Karena inti dari pemerintahan ini kan pengambilan keputusan, dan inti pengambilan keputusan adalah pengambilan resiko. Dan cara memitigasi resiko, ya tentu kita harus riset, kita harus teliti, sehingga kita bisa minimalisasi dampak buruknya, dan kita bisa optimasi ya dampak positifnya. Itulah manfaat dari riset. Tidak bisa kita hanya mengandalkan seni berpemerintahan, Pak Kaban, ya tidak bisa. Kita hanya mengandalkan seni berpemerintahan, mengandalkan pengalaman empirik, tidak bisa. Ya, pemerintahan harus didesain, harus diimplementasikan dalam kerangka saintifik juga. Karena pemerintahan bukan hanya art, tapi juga science. Pemerintahan bukan hanya seni, tapi juga ilmu. Dan dua-duanya harus dielaborasi oleh kita semuanya agar apa? Agar setiap pengambilan keputusan itu tepat dan kemudian berdampak. Ya, good data, good decision, good result. Datanya bagus karena hasil riset yang kemudian kita sajikan dengan bagus menjadi raw input pengambilan keputusan yang bagus, maka hasilnya akan bagus. Jadi kalau ingin hasil pembangunan bagus, ya pengambilan keputusan bagus. Ya kalau ingin pengambilan keputusan bagus, ya datanya bagus. Dan itu tentu ya membutuhkan riset, membutuhkan penelitian. Tapi tantangannya Bapak Ibu, terutama untuk para saintis, ya untuk para ahli, risetnya ya riset yang cepat, riset yang murah, riset yang implementatif, riset yang aplikatif. Ini tantangan Bapak Ibu. Tentu kami sadar riset ini mahal. Ya kalau kita tersedia dana yang memadai mungkin nggak ada persoalan. Tapi pada saat ada keterbatasan, karena idealnya kan pemerintahan pembangunan tingkat provinsi by riset, tingkat kabupaten kota by riset, ya kecamatan desa by riset. Dan ini kan akan sangat susah, akan sangat sulit sekali. Ya karena itu ya bagaimana kita kompromi juga dengan keadaan, tantangan untuk para saintis, tantangan untuk para researcher, bagaimana riset yang baik tanpa mengurangi kualitas ya bisa dilaksanakan secara cepat, ya murah, dan tadi aplikatif, implementatif. Bukan riset untuk riset, tapi riset untuk eksekusi, riset untuk peningkatan kesejahteraan rakyat, riset untuk peningkatan kebahagiaan rakyat. Ini tantangan untuk kita semua, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ya, dan kami saat ini sedang menyiapkan long list permasalahan di Jawa Barat, di provinsi maupun di 27 kabupaten kota. Dan nanti kami akan lengkapi dengan backbone ya data yang lengkap, data dukung satu masalah, data dukungnya memadai. Kita akan tawarkan ke para researcher ya, kita akan tawarkan ke perguruan tinggi, ke dosen-dosen, ke mahasiswa untuk mengambil ya salah satu tema dari long list yang kita ketengahkan terkait dengan berbagai permasalahan Jawa Barat. Nanti kami akan siapkan insentif ya. Data dukungnya kita siapkan, PIC-nya kita siapkan, bahkan kita sedang menyiapkan dana ya, insentif, sehingga siapa yang mengambil riset kita kasih insentif, dan hasilnya kita akan manfaatkan untuk decision making di Jawa Barat. Di sisi yang lain para researcher tentu akan mendapatkan angka kredit. Jadi kita harus kerjasama lebih erat lagi antara para resi ya, yang notabene Bapak Ibu, para resi ini adalah para cendekiawan dengan Prabu, ya penyelenggara pemerintahan, para birokrat, ya saya kira luar biasa. Tentu nanti kita libatkan juga ramah masyarakat, ya karena resi ya dengan kelebihannya, dengan wawasannya, atau guracai, ya Prabu tentu dengan empiriknya, dengan gurat batunya, dengan pengalamannya, dengan kemampuan teknisnya, dan ramah masyarakat dunia usaha ya dengan gurat tanahnya, dengan kearifannya. Kalau bersatu antara resi, karesian, keprabuan, dan karamaan, ya antara resi, prabu, dan rama, itulah aktualisasi dari Tri Tangtu di Buana, ajaran para leluhur kita. Saya sangat yakin Jawa Barat, Sunda, baik Sunda Cirebonan, Sunda Priangan maupun Sunda Batawian ya hanya akan maju kalau kita berbasis ya saintifik maupun empirik yang diwariskan oleh para leluhur kita. Jangan sampai jati kasilih kujunti. Karena leluhur kita keren. Paradigma barat itu bagus. Tapi paradigma leluhur kita, karuhun kita juga lebih bagus. Ya, contohnya Bapak Ibu ya, kalau kita buka itu kitab Sang Hyang Siksa Kandang Kersian yang sekarang sudah menjadi Memory of the World, ya diakui oleh UNESCO, itu luar biasa. Prinsip-prinsip dasar kehidupan ya abad ke-15 Sunda itu gagah bedas tanpa lawan, handap asor ade budi. Keren banget. Ya, dengan tri tangtu di buananya. Ya, saya kira kita bisa rujuk itu. Demikian juga lebih jauhnya abad 12 di Prasasti Kawali II. Pakena gawe rahayu, paken hebel jaya di buana. Pakena kerta bener, paken nanjer najuritan. Ya biasakan kita untuk mensejahterakan rakyat agar jaya lama di dunia, dan biasakan kita untuk mensejahterakan rakyat agar unggul dalam peperangan. Jadi biasakan membahagiakan rakyat, biasakan mensejahterakan rakyat. Keren banget Bapak Ibu, karahayuan dan kakertaan. Dan itu sudah ya ditorehkan oleh leluhur kita. Prabu Niskala Wastu Kencana, Prabu Siliwangi, ya Prabu Niskala Wastu Kencana, Prabu Siliwangi pertama. Dan kemudian masa kemasannya ya pengelolaan pemerintahan, pengelolaan pembangunan pada saat itu yakni abad 15 saat Prabu Siliwanginya Sri Baduga Maharaja yang didokumentasikan di dalam Sang Hyang Siksa Kandang Kersian. Itu barangkali Bapak Ibu ya para researcher, para saintis, kami mengingatkan ya kerangka pikirnya, grand teorinya kita rujuk juga ya tinggalan dari leluhur kita, tentu dengan tetap membuka diri atas kemajuan hasil-hasil riset terbaru dari berbagai belahan dunia termasuk dari barat. Jadi kita jangan tinggalkan kearifan ya keluhuran tinggalan para karuhun, tinggalan para leluhur. Kita kombinasikan dengan kekinian ya berbasis teknologi digital, berbasis teknologi informasi. Itu saya kira Bapak Ibu selamat melaksanakan WJRS Research Summit 2025 ya. Lanjutkan ya, dan respect untuk teman-teman badan penelitian dan pengembangan Pemda Provinsi Jawa Barat. Terima kasih juga para ahli yang sudah hadir, yang world class ya. Dan demikian juga para peneliti yang gabung di WJRS Research Summit ini. Ya, mudah-mudahan usul langsar. Sekali lagi, pemerintahan tidak akan efektif, ya efisien efektif, ya tanpa basis empirik dan saintifik, ya tanpa basis penelitian, tanpa basis R&D, Research and Development. Kami sangat mendukung, ya bukan hanya di forum, tapi juga setelah forum ini. Itu Pak Kaban ya, lanjutkan dan dorong terus ya budaya riset di Pemda Provinsi Jawa Barat, lebih jauhnya di Provinsi Jawa Barat. Ini akan membawa kita ke masa depan, membawa kita untuk menjemput masa depan. Tapi dengan catatan jangan lupa dengan masa lalu. Nyoreang mangsa tukang ngaji diri kiwari pikeun mapak mangsa rek datang. Ya, learning from the past, ya, understanding the present, dan insyaallah preparing for the new future. Ya, belajar dari masa lalu, memahami masa kini, dan berikutnya kita akan menjemput, kita akan merebut masa depan menuju Jawa Barat Istimewa, menuju Indonesia Emas 2045. Atur nuhun. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih hatur nuhun Bapak Sekda. Punten dimohon perkenanannya untuk tetap berada di ruangan Zoom karena kita akan berfoto bersama. Ladies and gentlemen, we will first have a group photo session. Please kindly activate your camera and give your best smile. Maybe you can make the gesture times up. Bapak Ibu boleh mengangkat jempolnya. This means Jabar Istimewa. And please hold the pose for 10 seconds. I will counting from now. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Atur nuhun Bapak Sekda, mangga silakan untuk kembali melanjutkan aktivitasnya.
KPN ya.
Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, acara hari ini akan diteruskan dengan sesi tematik yang membahas tema-tema yang terbagi ke dalam 7 breakout room. Izinkan saya untuk membacakan setiap tema dari setiap breakout room. Breakout room yang pertama tentang green and blue economy. Breakout room yang kedua tentang kualitas tata kelola pemerintahan dan daya saing sumber daya manusia. Breakout room yang ketiga mengenai kesenjangan pembangunan dan infrastruktur dasar. Breakout room yang keempat tentang keberlanjutan penataan ruang. Breakout room yang kelima tentang keberlanjutan daya dukung dan daya tampung lingkungan. Breakout room yang keenam tentang riset BP2D, dan yang terakhir breakout room yang ketujuh mengenai riset kolaboratif. Silakan Bapak Ibu untuk memilih breakout room dengan tema yang Bapak Ibu minati, dan Bapak Ibu juga nanti di breakout room bisa mengajukan pertanyaan atau ide atau opini lainnya pada chat box, ataupun bisa disampaikan ke moderator untuk nanti di masing-masing breakout room-nya. Dan saya informasikan kepada moderator ataupun kepada presenter untuk menyesuaikan penamaan. Sebagai contoh, misalnya Bapak Ibu adalah moderator pada breakout room pertama, Bapak Ibu bisa menuliskan penamaannya menjadi moderator _ room 1. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, the event will now continue with discussions on selected themes, which will be conducted in 7 breakout rooms. The breakout rooms are as follows. Breakout room 1 about green and blue economy. Breakout room 2 about quality of governance and human resources competitiveness. Breakout room 3 about development disparities and basic infrastructure. Breakout room 4 about sustainability of spatial planning. Breakout room 5 about sustainability of environmental carrying and supporting capacity. Breakout room 6 is about BP2D research. And the last breakout room 7, about collaborative research. We kindly invite all participants to select the theme of their interest. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Silakan Bapak Ibu untuk memilih breakout room dengan tema yang Bapak Ibu minati. Bapak Ibu bisa melihat tema dari setiap breakout room pada layar yang sudah ditampilkan, dan cara untuk bergabung dengan breakout room juga sudah ditampilkan pada layar. Kami mengundang Bapak Ibu untuk bergabung dengan breakout room yang sudah disediakan dengan beberapa tema yang juga sudah disediakan.
Thank you very much, Ibu Ratna Sinaga.
You are welcome, Pak Kaban.
Thank you juga Bapak, Pak Kaban.
Thank you, Ibu Yulia.
Sama-sama, thank you juga Bu MC, thank you semuanya.
Thank you very much, Ibu Yulia.
Yulia, I personally,
Ya, kenapa?
yeah, I'm personally indebted to you, Bu.
Oh, aman.
Sepertinya perlu dilanjutkan tuh Bu Yulia.
Aduh, dilanjutkan apa nih Pak?
Nah, nanti dijawab
Apa
ya
ada event berikutnya?
di break room.
Siap.
Di-announce lagi Bu.
Iya, siapa ya?
Silakan Bapak Ibu, kami mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk bergabung dengan breakout room yang sudah disediakan oleh panitia. Saya bacakan kembali beberapa tema yang sudah disiapkan. Breakout room pertama temanya mengenai green and blue economy. Breakout room yang kedua temanya mengenai kualitas tata kelola pemerintahan dan daya saing sumber daya manusia. Breakout room yang ketiga mengenai kesenjangan pembangunan dan infrastruktur dasar. Breakout room yang keempat mengenai keberlanjutan penataan ruang. Dan breakout room yang kelima mengenai keberlanjutan daya dukung dan daya tampung lingkungan. Breakout room yang keenam mengenai riset BP2D. Breakout room yang ketujuh mengenai riset. Silakan Bapak Ibu untuk bergabung dengan breakout room yang Bapak Ibu minati dengan tema yang juga Bapak Ibu minati. Breakout room sudah bisa untuk dimasuki. Silakan, sudah disediakan oleh panitia. Baik Bapak Ibu, saya akan ulang lagi tema yang ada dalam breakout room. Yang pertama, breakout room pertama mengenai green and blue economy. Breakout room yang kedua mengenai kualitas tata kelola pemerintahan dan daya saing sumber daya manusia. Breakout room yang ketiga mengenai kesenjangan pembangunan dan infrastruktur dasar. Breakout room yang keempat mengenai keberlanjutan penataan ruang. Breakout room yang kelima mengenai keberlanjutan daya dukung dan daya tampung lingkungan. Breakout room yang keenam mengenai riset BP2D. Breakout room yang ketujuh mengenai riset kolaboratif. Silakan Bapak Ibu Susilowati untuk memilih tema yang Ibu minati. Kemudian Bapak Ahmad yang punya minat dengan tema persampahan mungkin bisa dipilih dengan tema-tema yang sudah disediakan di breakout room.
Sini, si Pak Asep benar-benar diragain itu. Tahu aku lagi udah tuh ini udah kan. Udah apa? Ini suka. Dari boleh.
Bagi Bapak Ibu yang baru saja bergabung dalam main room, sekarang kita sedang akan memasuki beberapa breakout room yang terbagi dengan tema-tema yang berbeda. Saya akan bacakan lagi tema-tema yang tersedia di setiap breakout room. Yang pertama breakout room yang ke-1 tentang green and blue economy. Breakout room yang kedua tentang kualitas tata kelola pemerintahan dan daya saing sumber daya manusia. Breakout room yang ketiga tentang kesenjangan pembangunan dan infrastruktur dasar. Breakout room yang keempat mengenai keberlanjutan penataan ruang. Breakout room yang kelima mengenai keberlanjutan daya dukung dan daya tampung lingkungan. Breakout room yang keenam mengenai riset BP2D. Dan breakout room yang ketujuh mengenai riset kolaboratif. Silakan Bapak Ibu untuk memasuki bergabung dengan breakout room yang sudah tersedia sesuai dengan tema-tema yang Bapak Ibu minati.
periode November sudah cukup angka kreditnya ya. Kita bisa tambah 4, lalu kemudian kita lihat pengajuan angka kredit. Untuk pengajuan angka kredit periodik itu sebenarnya dihitung dari pembagian bulan kinerja tersebut, lalu kemudian dibagi 12, dikalikan prosentase predikat, lalu kemudian dikalikan koefisien angka kredit pada jenjang jabatan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kalau saya beri contoh yang ingin saya. Nah, jadi ada yang mendasari terlebih dahulu di sini untuk cut-off terakhirnya, lalu kemudian kita bisa jika ada atau jika kita dirasa sudah memenuhi untuk naik pangkat atau naik jenjang jabatan, kita bisa ambil dia secara periodik. Contohnya tahun 2025 SKP kita ambil yang terakhir, lalu kemudian periodenya kita bebas pilih. Nah, ini baik dan sangat baik itu sebenarnya dia sangat berpengaruh ya Bapak Ibu. Saya contohkan seperti ini. Ini pengaruhnya memang sangat besar. Periode 16 September sampai
Bapak Ibu izin, karena di sesi ini adalah sesi breakout rooms, Bapak Ibu, ada 7 ruangan yang berbeda, Bapak Ibu, dengan tema yang berbeda-beda pula. Eh, Bapak Ibu bisa memilih salah satunya dengan cara masuk ke menu breakout rooms dan kemudian pilih preferensi Bapak Ibu gitu ya. Jadi ini main room Bapak Ibu, tidak akan ada aktivitas di sini. Semuanya ada di aktivitas 7 ruangan yang terpisah gitu ya. Mangga. Eh, Bapak Ibu silakan memilih. Atur nuhun.
Mohon izin kepada Bapak Ibu hadirin yang masih berada di main room, dipersilakan untuk masuk ke dalam breakout room sesuai dengan tema yang diminati. Dan untuk cara masuk ke dalam breakout room dapat dilihat pada layar yang tertera. Terima kasih.
Good afternoon, Mr. Arnold. Can you hear my voice? Good afternoon, Mr. Arnold Tucker. Can you please unmute?
Yeah, I was muted. Sorry for that.
That's okay. Thank you for joining us. We will wait for your moderator, Mr. Maxensius Sambodo.
Yeah.
Okay. Please wait for a minute.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
Hello, Professor Arnold. It's good to see you
Yes,
again.
hello. Hello, good to see you.
How are you, Professor?
Thank you.
Halo, selamat sore Pak Maxensius.
Ya, selamat sore, Bu.
Baik, kita akan mulai pada sesi kedua kali ini. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, terima kasih untuk tetap bergabung bersama kami dalam West Java Research Summit 2025. Dan sesi pada kedua kali ini akan dipimpin oleh seorang moderator. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for continuing with us at West Java Research Summit 2025. This session will be moderated by our moderator. Please allow me to briefly introduce the curriculum vitae of our moderator for this session. Dr. Maxensius Trisambodo is a senior researcher at the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, specializing in public policy, social system analysis, natural resources, energy and environment, political, economic, and governance. He earned his PhD in social system analysis from the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, or GRIPS, Japan, and a Master of International and Development Economics from the Australian National University. Before joining BRIN, he served as researcher at the Indonesian Institute of Science, and Dr. Sambodo actively lectures at the Universitas Nasional and Universitas Pajajaran. He also held positions as a researcher fellow at the Bank Indonesia Institute and a visiting fellow at the Institute of Southeast Asia Studies, Singapore. His research is heavily focused on Indonesia's energy transition issues, including rural electrification, energy poverty, electricity market reform, and the impact of energy technology. His recent research project encompass green structural transformation, climate and forest financing, circular economy in the palm oil industry, and the development of carbon markets in the forestry sector. Therefore, I would like to kindly hand over the floor to the moderator to lead this session. Mr. Sambodo, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think today we really have very good session for the keynote speech that will be delivered by Professor Arnold Tucker. I think this is my maybe second or third time meeting Professor Arnold. And I think before we start the sessions, we would like to thank you, Professor Arnold, for your times. We know you are really busy, and we are grateful having you are here with us with the West Java Research Summit 2025. Thank you so much, Professor Arnold.
Thank you.
So I think before we give you time for delivering your speech, I would like to introduce your short bio to us. So Professor Arnold Tucker is a professor industrial ecology and sustainable development at Leiden University in the Netherlands, and he is affiliated with the Institute of Environmental Sciences, widely known as CML. He is internationally recognized as one of the leading experts in sustainable productions and consumption system, life cycle assessment, industrial ecology, and environmental and circular economic policy. Professor Tucker holds a PhD in policy sciences with specialized in life cycle assessment and toxic risk assessment from Tilburg University, the Netherlands. And Professor Tucker has served since 2014 as a chair of the board of Leiden Delft Erasmus Center for Sustainability, a major inter-university collaboration involving more than 300 researchers. This center focuses on system analysis, technology and design, business model and behavior, and governance for circular economy. Operating through a triple helix innovation hubs that connect science, business, and governance. Since October 2023, Professor Tucker has also been serving as a visiting professor at the Center for Sustainable Development Goals, Faculty of Economic and Business, University Padjadjaran, Bandung. So I think we'll have a very good speech from Professor Tucker. I saw the presentations. It's really interesting. It's about the well-beings. I think so far we are very focused on number, Professor Tucker. 8%, 8% everywhere, almost everywhere 8%. But it seems that I think 8 number is not enough. We need something beyond the numbers to make our economic development more meaningful for everybody and also for the humanity, I think. And I think your presentation will really touch on that component of Professor Tucker. So without further ado, I would like to give your time to give a speech, Professor, for about 20 minutes. So
Yeah.
time is your, Professor. Please, yeah.
Okay. Thanks so much, Dr. Sambodo, for this very kind introduction. I would say that is almost as usual. Every time when I come to Indonesia, it is just nice. So let me find my presentation, and I hope that the share screen is working properly. En even kijken. Is het nou? Window? Nee, niet. Oh mijn god. Oh. Vindt hij hem niet?
Can I help you, Professor, for sharing screen?
I have window. But waanzin. Het kan gewoon niet. Hier dan misschien? Nou ja. Screen. Yeah, it doesn't find my presentation when I share. Oh, a tab. Now we have it.
Okay.
Some tabs.
I can help you, Professor Arnold, if you.
Do you have the presentation?
Yeah, I have your presentation, Professor.
Yeah,
so,
maybe you try to share from your side, and I just indicate when we have to shift slides.
Sure, Professor.
Yeah.
So, can you see the slide, Professor?
Yeah, now I see it. If you make it full screen.
Yes, please, Professor.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay, sorry for this short delay. So yeah, this is actually the introduction of myself. So you did it already perfectly, Dr. Sambodo. So please, can someone give me the next slide? So indeed, I want to talk about development, sustainability, and well-being. So maybe the next slide, please. And yeah, this is a picture developed by Kate Raworth. She is what I would say an alternative economist. And what she basically says is that growing the economy is not good enough. Growing the economy can be good, but growing the economy, when we do that with a lot of emissions, with a lot of resource use, with a lot of impacts, yeah, then of course something goes wrong. Then you surpass the so-called planetary boundaries. And how would I explain planetary boundaries? I often compare that with our human body, human health versus planetary health. Our human body is remarkably resilient. I once said tuberculosis, well, you get some medication and you overcome the tuberculosis. I once had an accident. I basically had a collarbone broken. but you get a little operation or your body recovers it itself. The same happens with the Earth system. The Earth system can be under pressure, but can recover. However, if the accident in which I broke my collarbone would have been much more violent, you can imagine that I would not sit here. You know, I would have had maybe an impairment or even worse. And that is the same with the Earth system. If we put the Earth system, the natural system, too long under pressure and too high under pressure, then at the end of the day, the Earth system will not function anymore. It could even die off. The other thing that we have to do is that once you have an economic system, I don't have to tell people in Indonesia. I mean, in the Netherlands, we all are, I would say, pretty rich. I mean, you have poor people here, but not too many. And usually even the poor people, they come by pretty well. But that is what we have to do as well. We have to give everybody in a country on the globe a kind of a decent income. And that implies that your economy has to be built for that. And so basically we have to create an economy that fits within planetary boundaries and at the same time gives the minimum social support to people. Can you have the next slide, please? And then we basically have a number of problems. At this point, we already surpassed the planetary boundaries. And at the same point, we also know that particularly when you go to Africa or to certain places in Southeast Asia, many people do not have a good life. The other thing that we see, and that is the picture on the left, on the below, we see that rich people, and that includes people like me, we contribute disproportionately to environmental pressures and the overshoot of the planetary boundaries. The picture that we see there in green basically indicates that it is climate change emissions, that 50% of the people on Earth only contribute for about 10% to, let's say, the problem of climate change. And the top 10% of income earners, they contribute for about 50%. So this picture makes it very simple and clear that if all the rich and the super rich people actually would be happy with a bit less income, that would reduce climate change enormously. And if you then would actually move that income to the poorest 50% in the world, you would have a growth of a little bit of climate emissions, but not too much. Another important finding of research is, and that is the pictures that you see at the right side for you, is that that is actually a picture where we have the environmental impacts on the x-axis and the Human Development Index on the y-axis. And you see something interesting. It is, of course, not a surprise that if you have a low income, a very low income, and you have very low resource use, then usually also the Human Development Index is not too good. You basically don't have the income to create a good quality of life. But what you see on the top, and that is really interesting, you there have countries that emit per person about 10 tons per capita of climate emissions, but you also have countries that emit 20 or 25 tons per capita of climate emissions. And what you see there is that the Human Development Index is actually not improving anymore. And what you basically see is that countries like the US, they have an enormous income, they have an enormous climate emission, but they don't have a better quality of life than the European countries, for instance. And if you look what is beyond that, in many ways this is very simple. It is that the social structure in the US, there is huge income disparity. And you have, let's say, a lower class that is not capable of sending their people to good universities because it's too expensive. I think 8% of the people in the US don't have a healthcare insurance. And the result is that in the US, the average life expectancy is about the same as in Cuba. And Cuba is a country that has 10 times less income than the US, but they have organized their healthcare in such a way that everybody has a good basic healthcare system. Okay, can I have the next slide, please? The next slide, please. And the next slide, yeah. Then we can try to calculate and try to assess well-being. Well, there is an index developed by Pakistani and Indian scientists, and it is now widely used by the UN, that is called the Human Development Index. They look actually only at three things. How long do you live? How many years of education do you have? And what is your income? But you see already that if you want to score well on these indicators, and income is something you cannot influence, what you can influence as a country, you can make sure that healthcare is well organized and that, let's say, basic healthcare for the basic issues that people have, that they have access to doctors and that kind of things. The other thing that you want to do is that if you really have smart people, it shouldn't depend on income if these smart people can go to university. And that is what I see very much in China. They really have a system. It doesn't matter if you come from a poor village or you have poor parents. If you are in the top 5% of the annual entrance exams of university, you can go to university. And again, in the US, if you really want to go to Yale or MIT or one of the other big universities, you pay easily $50,000 or $60,000 a year in tuition fee. And I don't have kids, I don't have children, but if I would have children, let's say one or two, even with my good income as a senior professor in the Netherlands, I could not afford myself to send my kids to a US university. The other way how we try to assess well-being is what we call self-reported well-being. We basically ask people, how satisfied are you with your life on a scale from 1 to 10? And people score that. And of course, you have to be careful. Maybe you have certain people who are always, let's say, the culture in the country is a little bit negative. Or you have... maybe Indonesia is a good example. I always have the impression that Indonesians are very chatty, open, and that kind of thing. So maybe you have a bias that you, feel super positive. But it is interesting to see that. And again, you see that quite often European countries score on self-reported well-being best. The other way that people are doing is time use accounts. So we literally look every moment in time. How good do you feel at this moment in time while you're doing things? And again, I think we all understand that if you are with friends, if you are in places of worship, if you do meditation, if you do your prayers, that's usually are moments where people feel good. They are in a good mood. They sense belonging. They sense purpose. If, however, and there I think Indonesia will score very bad. If you are in traffic and commutes and that is usually a very bad moment of the day for people. They don't feel too bad. And another thing is, if you have a bad boss, who is shouting at you and put you under pressure, that are the kind of things that make people unhappy. Can I have the next slide, please? So what are the implications if you want to create a good life for all? Of course, having basic material needs covered, that is essential. And for that reason, it is crystal clear for me that you still need economic growth in Indonesia. But the economic growth has to be balanced. I'm not sure if Professor Arif Yusuf is involved in this conference, but he serves now on your National Economic Committee. And I've seen some very nice research from him where he looked at the growth of the GDP of Indonesia. And what he basically found out is that apparently the middle class is not profiting. The middle class is a bit shrinking, actually. So with a bit of bad luck, what happens at this moment in Indonesia is that the income growth is actually going to the tycoons. You have a number of very rich people that control a lot of industries, are maybe working with artificial intelligence and IT, and they are the winners. And that's actually counter to what I explained in one of the further slides with the, with the donut economy. You want to have economic growth that particularly lifts the poorest people out of poverty and gives them a better life. There are simple economics. I have a good income. That I get another 100 euros in income raise doesn't matter too much for me. If I'm super poor and I get an income rise of 100 euro, that makes a large difference. I really have a better life then. Yeah. So income growth for the poorest people usually contributes much better to quality of life of the overall population than more income for the rich people. Again, I already explained the Human Development Index, long life, years of education, and income. So what do you want? What should West Java strive for? Make sure that you have good access to healthcare and prevention measures. Years of education, again, good access to education, universities. It should not matter if you're poor. If you're smart, you should be able to develop yourself. That is at the end of the day in the interest of Indonesia and West Java as well. And income, like I just already said, GDP beyond basic needs should be well distributed and have a low Gini. And if you want to have some inspiration, what really creates a good life, very recently, about a month ago, some of my colleagues, they published in Nature a number of parameters or indicators, that again create a good life. Like, you have to measure life satisfaction, health, life expectancy, education. In the social domain, you want to have low crime, you want to have good civil engagement, good government, and so on, and so on, and so on. What does it mean for policy? What we usually see is that if you have a country that has well-developed and strong institutions, that is the core. And you basically don't want to see what is happening in the US at the moment, that you see that, let's say, a top layer, the elites, that they grab power. Because if they become too dominant, they are going to influence the institutions and legislation, just that they become even more powerful. So they get even more a distribution between, let's say, the normal people and the poor people, and the people really who have the power. That is just not a story, a simple story. I mean, the Nobel Prize winners of last year, 2 years ago, Acemoglu, Johnson, and Robinson, but there are many other very smart scientists. They actually have proven this. They see that if you have a rise of a kind of like an elite class that becomes too powerful and is not capable of, let's say, sharing power with the people, that usually leads to a situation where ordinary people don't have a lot of freedom anymore, and you lose the creativity of these people. And that actually is a downward spiral in societal development. Can you have the next slide, please? So monitoring, I see I have about 10 minutes at most. So let's go very quickly to the next slide. There is a tool, and maybe I should not explain it too much, because then I try to do classes that I normally give at UNPAD in a few hours. I try to explain that in 2 minutes. But there is a tool that two of my friends at UNPAD have used when they did their PhD in Leiden, and that is called environmental input-output analysis. And that is a tool where you actually look which sectors do you have in a province, in a country. How do these sectors trade with each other? So if, for instance, you have an automotive industry, maybe in West Java, well, they have to buy steel to make the cars, they have to buy glass from the glass industry to make the cars, and so on and so on. But these same tables, they also give you, okay, how many workers do they have? What do they pay the workers? What are the emissions and that kind of things? And if you organize your economic and social and environmental information in this way, yeah, you really can see if you do that over time, if you have GDP growth, because then of course the value added in each sector is going up, you will see that the final purchases of us as consumers, they go up. We can also see what is happening with the emissions by industry. And we can also see what happens with the income. And if you then have the income by income quintile, so you don't only say the car industry pays out so much wages to its workers, but you can distribute it over, this is low income people, this is lower middle income people, this is middle income people, and this part of the salary goes to the high income people. Yeah, you can calculate changes in income distribution, and you can say something if the income is mainly going to the already rich people, or if you see that the income, yeah, let's say of the poor is going up quicker than the income of the rich. And that is important because, yeah, the figure that I have totally below, the kind of development that we want to have the yellow line going up very well. That is so-called quality of life. That is your score on well-being, that it goes from a 6 or a 7 to an 8 or a 9. You want to do that with hopefully less income. That is the example that I gave about the US and Cuba. In Cuba, they have much less income, but by organizing their society in a sound way with regard to healthcare, they score on life expectancy almost equal to the US, despite an income gap of a factor of 10. That is amazing. Yeah. So this shows that even if you don't have a super income, you can do a lot with regard to well-being for people. And then, of course, we want to have a society where you create that income with less resource use and with even minimizing emissions. That is actually what we want to do. Next slide, please. And I probably skipped that even. Yeah, let me skip this because then I really am going to give a class an input-output analysis. Now I want to give some examples. These examples are not random. Victor, I'm not sure if you're listening in, Victor, but Victor was instrumental in inviting me for this conference. He is co-organizing the conference. Yeah, he did his PhD, started about 8 years ago, 10 years ago in Leiden, and then graduated about 4 years ago. And now he is the director of SETS, the Center of Economic and Development Studies at UNPAD. And also Irlan Roem, who graduated about a year ago in Leiden. They basically, and he is actually now back at UNPAD. He was postdoc for a while in Leiden. And I had the pleasure to co-supervise them with Arif Yusuf, who I already mentioned, Professor Amida Ali-Shabana, who I understand is also a speaker at this conference, and my colleague Rutger Hoekstra. And I will give a few of examples what they did in terms of assessment of economic growth and well-being. Can I have the next slide, please? So, what did Victor do? That was quite interesting. We were discussing his last paper, and yeah, what basically happened is that all of a sudden, yeah, there was this like, yeah, Indonesia is actually very important for the production of batteries and electric vehicles. And why is that? We have these nickel deposits, if I'm right, in Kalimantan. Yeah, and for these batteries, we need nickel, cobalt, and lithium. And Indonesia has the nickel. So the simple idea that we have at this moment, you export most of your nickel, I think, to China, and China is making the batteries. But what if Indonesia would not export the nickel, produces electric vehicle batteries in their own country, and then build electric vehicles? And it was quite interesting. I think when Victor was doing a study, all of a sudden, you can say a lot about Elon Musk, but there was word that maybe Elon Musk would invest a lot of money in Indonesia to do exactly this. So Victor was very timely with his work. So what did he have to do? Of course, at this moment, Indonesia doesn't produce electric vehicles. You have, I think, some car manufacturing making cars. So Victor had to add a new sector to what we call the Indonesian input-output table. He had to estimate if you're going to make electric vehicle batteries, what is going in. That is nickel, and you have to import cobalt, and you have to import lithium. You have to employ a lot of workers. And then you have an amount of lithium, nickel, cobalt batteries that go out. And we had to estimate like, okay, what are the prices of the materials that you use for making the batteries and for how much can you sell the batteries? And we had to estimate the volume. We basically assumed that all the nickel that we can mine in Indonesia is used for that production. Then we did the same with the car industry. Victor estimated how an electric vehicle factory would look like. What do they buy? How many workers do they have? What do they pay the workers? And what is the value of the cars that you produce? And then to keep it simple, we basically assumed that all the electric vehicles would be exported and make good money for Indonesia. And by that, we could calculate the value added and the environmental impacts. Not only of the car industry, because if you're going to make cars in Indonesia, you need more steel. So you also have productivity gains or production gains in the steel industry. So that is what we call the ripple effect. Can I have the next slide, please? And there it's a bit difficult to see, but Victor calculated that we would produce an additional 700,000 or 640,000 units of cars. And what was quite interesting is that it's only one car factory, but it would boost the GDP of Indonesia with, what was it? I have to see. About 1.5%. It would boost employment about 0.5%. The emissions would go up only 0.6%. So you basically saw that this is a very good investment. You have more carbon emissions, but 2.5 times more income. So yeah, this was a very nice exercise to assess if investment in an electric vehicle industry would work for Indonesia. Can you have the next slide, please, for one additional example? Well, what did Ilan Roem do? He looked at individual provinces in Indonesia. And yeah, he was looking for different years, I believe 2010, 2016, how the Human Development Index had changed, how the Human Development Index per income group had changed, and how the carbon, water, and land footprints would change. So can I have the next slide, please? Because let me see some results. And sorry, this is, I would say, almost far too detailed. But yeah, basically what you see is curves like this. And the interesting thing is that we basically saw that the Human Development Index of the lower income quintiles was going up quicker than the Human Development Index of the higher incomes. And that was very good news. You basically saw that the Human Development Index between Indonesian people, only for the 2 years, was converging. Can you have the next slide, please? I need the next slide, please. Oh yeah, I think this is actually the story. That, again, can you have the next slide, please? Because then I can go to conclusions and finalize the presentation. So we saw that in general, the Human Development Index in Indonesia went up. The differences between Human Development Index between income group became less. We also saw that at the same level of Human Development Index, the Indonesian household carbon footprint was lower than for other countries. So that is all good news. The bad thing is that we don't see an absolute decoupling with the carbon footprint. So still it is like that if you want to raise the Human Development Index, you emit more carbon. And that also the differences in carbon footprint between income groups grew. So the high income people, they grew their carbon emissions much more than the low-income people. Well, if everybody gets rich, then you get more carbon. So the conclusion of this paper is very much like focus on activities that raise the Human Development Index without raising carbon. We could identify a number of provinces where life expectancy was a kind of lagging behind. Yeah, that is probably then an incentive to put in place relatively cheap measures like, can't you do something about prevention? You know, quit smoking and that kind of things. Exercise. Can't you look if the basic healthcare, you know, that everybody has access to a doctor for the most basic things, these kind of things. There is an issue about sustainable consumption. I mean, it's very logical. I mean, I see that my colleagues in Indonesia usually have a good income. And one of them has now a second car, an electric car, but still, you know. So maybe can't we nudge rich Indonesians to become a little bit, you know, to low carbon consumption? And of course, what you also have to do is that we have to focus on a low carbon energy system. Now, the last slide, and then I can conclude. Please go on for the next one. Even kijken hoor. The next one, please. So I think the short message is we need to grow. Oh, no, stop. Now you go too far. That is a nice picture, but can you go back? Now, otherwise, I will just, I mean, this is a very nice picture. Okay, there we are. We have to grow well-being in Indonesia and Asia, so that needs economic growth. But we really have to look at the components of the Human Development Index, which implies good access to healthcare and prevention measures, good access to education and university, and that you want to have a GDP that gives also the poorest people that they can cover their basic needs, but for the rest, it has to be well distributed. I think let me stop here and thank you for your attention. The last slide that I showed was a nice picture of your former president visiting my university about 8 years ago. It was a surprise visit. But of course, all the Indonesian community in my university knew that he was coming, and that led to the nice picture that you saw for a few seconds. Thanks so much. I'm open for questions if that is the idea, Dr. Sambodo.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Alan. I think this is really inspiring speech that you deliver to all of us. So I think this is very what I call the ultimate message here for especially for the West Java development, that this is necessary to give high priority to the important human well-being, because that is the essence of development. And I think from your explanation, it's quite clear from us that is quite challenging, is how we can decouple resources and impact. That's an environmental impact, and that is not easy. That is not easy. And you highlight the importance of institutions that will enabling the decoupling work. Yeah, so we can use more efficient resources with less environmental damage, I think. And you really showing to us that there's a method in doing that by using environmental input-output and then axial-based and other method that you already developed that can be an instrument for us to reach that ones. So I think that's the message I can summary from your speech, Professor. Thank you so much. And unfortunately, there will be no answer and question session, Professor Arnold. So I think this is very fantastic for having you here with us, and then we learn a lot from you, Professor. Thank you so much, professors.
Okay, very well. Yeah.
Okay. And I will. Yeah, I think Dr. Victor also already here, and she regard for you, Professor.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I will give this screen to our MC.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much for your time for us. Thank you so much. Still good. we cannot hear your voice.
Sorry, Bu Ratna, you have to
Ya,
unmute, I
izin.
think, your...
Suaranya bisa didengar sekarang?
It's good. It's
Mohon
good.
maaf
Please,
untuk
please
kendala.
go ahead. Yeah,
Mohon maaf
thanks.
untuk kendala teknis. Thank you so much for Mr. Arnold Tucker and Mr. Maxensial Sambodo untuk the insightful presentation. And the summary will be delivered by the Head of Innovation and Technology Division. Terima kasih kepada narasumber dan juga moderator untuk paparan yang telah diberikan. Kesimpulan akan disampaikan oleh Kepala Bidang Inovasi dan Teknologi dari BP2D Jabar kepada Bapak Arif Dani Sutadian, PhD, disilakan.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation to the main room, Bu Ratna, SDMC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Sampurasun, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks also to all participants who have delivered their presentation during this program from the morning until this time. And of course, it is a great honor to be part of this event. And we are approaching the end of our WJRS Summit 2025. In this session, I myself and Professor Max will present the summary and conclusion of the program. I will deliver the summary and conclusion for the team 1 to team 4. Meanwhile, my colleague, Professor Max, will highlight team 5 to team 7. The summary and conclusions are a synthesis of every paper that was presented, as well as the dynamics of the question and answer session within each room that are linking to the 2025-2029 strategical development issues of Java. However, we believe we won't be enough to capture the dynamic and all the details coming up during the program. So that we only have selected one of the strongest ones for both the conclusion and recommendation. Without further ado, let me start from room 1. Would you please share the slides? Yeah, next please. Yeah, at the room 1, we focus to get many inputs on blue and green economy. At the room 1, there are 5 papers presented by researcher or the author from the various of backgrounds. So I start from the conclusion first. The most important one is come up with this sustainable development is most effective when local wisdom, technological innovation, institutional governance, and social behavior change are integrated in a coherent manner. Subsequently, the green economy is manifested through culture-based agriculture, circular utilization of agricultural waste, low carbon construction practices, and sustainable household consumption pattern. There was one paper also presented and delivered really good for this conclusion. The blue economy is strengthened by the application of digital technology, particularly IoT, to support marine ecosystem protection and data-driven fisheries productivity. Next, strong institutional framework, cross-sectoral collaboration, and enhanced human resources capacity. The last one of the conclusion on the blue and green economic theme is culture and community-based approaches have been shown to inclusively enhance ecological, economic, and social resilience. I move to the recommendation to mainstream blue and green economy principle into regional development planning and cross-sectoral policy frameworks, and to strengthen collaborative governance among government agencies, local communities, the private sector, and research institution. Next, to promote the adoption of environmentally friendly technologies and digital transformation across the agriculture, fisheries, industrial, and household sectors. To implement a circular economy model based local potential in land and coastal areas. And then lastly, to integrate culture and social value-based behavioral change strategies with economic incentives and human resources capacity development. I would like to move on to the next theme, quality of governance and competitiveness of human resources. There are several conclusions. One is the quality of governance is a key determinant in enhancing human resources competitiveness at the village, urban, regional levels. Effective governance is defined by the substantive and data-driven management of policies, budget, technology, and human resources rather than any administrative achievement long or limitation. Disparities in human development, food security, digital transformation, and smart city readiness highlight the limitation of sectoral and administrative approaches. And professionalism also highlighted by one of the paper presented in WJRS Summit. And last one, without cross-sectoral and cross-regional integration, policies are at risk of fragmentation and becoming trapped in a compliance-oriented approach. For the recommendation on the quality of governance and competitiveness of human resources, there are several that point out based on the paper presented. First is training results and database governance as the foundation for policy planning and evaluation, then enhancing the professionalism and competitiveness of public officials through merit-based system that actually where the West Java government also has been running this kind of the system. Integrating cross-sectoral and cross-regional policies to address increasingly complex development challenges, optimizing the use of technology and governance innovation in alignment with human resources readiness and organizational culture, promoting people-centered and sustainable development to improve the quality of life and long-term competitiveness. Lastly, improve skills or use expertise to open up good job opportunities. Move to the next theme. For the development disparities and basic infrastructure, there are 4 conclusions that come up during the presentation. There exists a significant gap between the existing road infrastructure capacity and the future. One of the example really good presented by one presenter talking about the bottleneck points in Bogor. Then the integration of the resettlement policy framework and social capacity theory is crucial for empowering local transmigrant and strengthening economic institutions, although the effectiveness of the policies remains low. And despite an increase in per capita income, the contribution of the manufacturing sector to the gross regional domestic product has declined, indicating our province have shifted probably toward the service sector without adequate productivity improvement. And the last one is the stunning detection calculator is effective in enhancing mother's capacity for early detection and monitoring of child growth digitally, yielding significant result in child growth indicators. This is probably one of really good solution that actually already challenged by our Secretary of the West Java province. For the recommendation, optimize the traffic signal system, widen routes and critical points, establish appropriate speed limit, and so on and so on. And then legalize and delineate transmigration areas, strengthening social capital and collaboration among stakeholders. And of course, develop supporting infrastructure for economic activities. Then implement industrial policies that support the growth of the manufacturing sector, map strategic sectors for economic diversification and develop new areas as growth points. The last one, come up with the enhanced community capacity in utilizing technology. Next, please. For the theme 4, sustainability of spatial planning, there are 3 conclusions that we obtained during the presentation session. First is the sustainability depend on the integration of ground control, ecological function protection, strengthening of local identity, and participatory community empowerment. And the second one, related to the sustainable spatial planning, must be grouped in data and spatial evidence. And the third one is the control of urban sprawl is really important, including restoration of degraded areas in reinforcement of urban identity. For recommendations, mainstreaming the sustainability of spatial planning principle into regional development policies, strengthening risk and ecology-based zoning alongside the integration of green open spaces and green-blue infrastructure as key elements of climate resilience that also already touched as well by Professor Arnold. Developing cities and region based on local identity and cultural values, promoting collaborative governance among governance institutions, communities, and the private sector. And the last one is directing special utilization to support a green, inclusive, and sustainable economy across urban, peri-urban, and rural areas. I think I will stop here. With that being said, I will hand over to Professor Max to convey the summary and conclusion. For the remaining rooms, time is yours, Professor Max. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Arif. I think, well, I will continue for theme 5. Yeah, this is about sustainability of environmental carrying capacity and support capacity. So this is really related with the issue and the topic that Professor Tucker just shared to all of us. So we come with 4 conclusions. Yeah. So the first one is about the sustainability of environmental carrying and support capacity in West Java is determined by integrations of technology. So this is the role of technology innovation is really matter here. Fair and inclusive natural resource governance. Again, the importance of institution here, evidence-based spatial policy and effective community engagements. Second, the application of smart technology, including Internet of Things, deep learning, multi-scale analytic, enhancing the resource use efficiency while reducing pressure on environmental system. Third, understanding of socio-political relations in resource access, along with protections of ecological value landscape, is essential to maintaining environmental balance. And finally, community participation and institutional strengthening are key factors in ensuring that environmental capacity is not exceeded and continue to support sustainable economic activity. And of course, this is quite related to human well-being. Yeah? So for the recommendations, there are 5 components here. The first one is mainstreaming the principle of environmental carrying capacity and support capacity into development policy, optimizing data-driven technology and artificial intelligence for management of agriculture, water, resource, and climate. Strengthening inclusive natural resource governance by incorporating local knowledge and social relations, protecting and utilizing ecology of valuable land through spatial planning, ecosystem valuations, and conservation incentives. And the last, enhancing the role of communities, cross-institutional partnership, and particularly monitoring system to ensure long-term resilience. So this is for theme 5, and then we move next for theme 6. That is come from BP2D research. Yeah. So there are 4 main conclusion here. First is integration of Sundanese culture values into environmental management and living spaces. And then second, strengthening community-based natural resource governance and people-centered economic systems such as social forestry and solid waste management. So this is very important now. In some regions, we having very difficult situation in handling waste. Yeah. And then transformation of labor market characterized by the dominance of informal sectors, young unemployment, labor migration, and curriculum labor market mismatch. And the last one, the reform of social and regional fiscal policy to become more equitable, well targeted and data-driven as reflected in stunting prevention initiative and special financial assistance for villages. And there will be 5 recommendations. First, integration of research into regional planning by positioning BP2D research output as foundations for the RPJMD, RKPD, and sectoral policy. So they will bring the evidence-based policy, strengthening community-based economic and environmental system through development green business models, adoption of appropriate technology, market certainty, and sustainability-oriented incentive. Third one, transformation toward inclusive employment policy, supported by region-based employment roadmaps, strengthening vocation education with strong industry linkages. And then upstream and data integrated social policy reform, particularly in stunting prevention and village welfare, through cross-agency integration and the effective use of digital technology. Finally, strengthening equitable regional fiscal policy through implementation of affirmative, differentiated, and village characteristics based on BKK village framework. And the last one, them 7, right? Okay, this is BP2D. I think this is quite very important, collaborative research. So there are 5 conclusions. First one is the environmental quality improvement, including environmental index, public market waste management, TPPS, lack of Nangka. There's also one case study in West Java, depend on collective collaborations. Industry, communities, academia, supported by integrated data system, clear incentive and disincentive mechanism, and sustained public education. Strengthening regional economic base on leading commodities, particularly West Java smallholder tea, require integrated upstream downstream supply and value chain, trade and price protection, regulation, strengthening cooperative, Koperasi Merah Putih, now quite popular, and BUMDes as aggregate, as well as digitalization of traceability to enhance competitiveness and value added. Collaboration waste energy management demonstrate that key challenges lie not on the technology alone, but institutional capacity, financial market actors' participation, and public trust. Social policy and empowerment of vulnerable groups remain unsustainable without medium to long-term facilitations across integration and alignment with employment and local economic policy, leading to persistent risk and aid dependency. So I think this is also not good in the long term. We need to bring something to make people have freedom, freedom from aid. They can work by themselves. So finally, digital transformation and subnational government is a prerequisite for effective collaboration, requiring digital leadership, clear governance structures, strong human capitals, and the use of digital maturity assessment tool to ensure data-driven and coordinated policymaking. So, and then the recommendation, there are 4. First is strengthen value chain collaborations, develop thematic multi-stakeholder platform, and reinforce cooperative, BUMD, and micro, small, medium enterprise as a driver of regional value chains. Reform environmental management, implement clear incentive and disincentive mechanism, support by data-driven education, public education, transparency, and waste segregation. And then advance inclusion social policy, integrates social protection, employment, and empowerment program with extended facilitation linked to local labor market and SMSE. And finally, accelerate digital transformation, apply the digital leadership maturity models, and align digital strategy with environmental economics and social development priorities. So I think that's the conclusion and recommendation from all the teams. I think that's all. This Pak Arif, you can continue, Pak Arif. Still mute, Pak Arif.
Thank you so much, Professor Mas. I think our job have done, Professor Mark. Then we would like to hand over to the Bu Ratna as MC. Thank you, Bu Ratna.
Thank you, Pak Arif, and thank you, Mr. Sambodo. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, dengan demikian selesai sudah West Java Research Summit 2025. Terima kasih kepada seluruh narasumber, moderator, dan seluruh peserta acara. Semoga kegiatan ini memberikan pengetahuan yang mendalam mengenai pengembangan riset dan inovasi bagi kemajuan Jawa Barat. Saya mewakili seluruh seluruh pelaksana acara, memohon maaf apabila terdapat kesalahan dan kekurangan selama pelaksanaan acara. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thus the West Java Research Summit 2025 has come to an end. We would like to extend our sincere appreciation to all speakers, moderators, and all participants to their valuable contribution. We hope that this event has provided in-depth insight into the development of research and innovation for regional advancement. On behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely apologize for any shortcomings that may have occurred during this event. Finally, I, Ratan Suryani, as the Master of Ceremony, would like to bid you a farewell. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Nuhun Pak Victor, Pak Max, nuhun Prof.